Calling the meeting to order. As you know, we're not in council chambers, but we're pleased to be here in Suite A. This is our regularly scheduled council meeting for Wednesday, July 10th. And we are live streaming thanks to our wonderful tech team in the back. So residents can watch online as per usual. So I'm going to call the meeting to order because we do have a very special presentation this evening, and we want to get right to it. But in advance of that, I'll just read our land acknowledgement and I'll seek approval of the agenda. And then I'll invite Chief Oakham to come forward. So the municipality of North Grenville acknowledges that the municipality operates on the territory of the Anishinaabe. We recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who now call North Grenville their home. We respect and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship, and we commit to Indigenous-informed decision-making to foster the path towards reconciliation. So with that, colleagues, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the agenda, please. Deputy Mayor, thank you, and Councillor O'Sullivan. Any concerns or questions in regards to the agenda? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All in favor, please. That carries. And that brings us to a very special part of our agenda, which is the presentation of the Canadian Honours 20-Year Exemplary Service Medal from the Governor-General of Canada. And I'm inviting Chief Oakham to come and make a presentation to recognize Captain Luke Galenzi for his tremendous service.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to have a moment of your meeting this evening for this very special presentation. We're very honored to be here this evening. We're here to present North Grenville Fire Service Captain Luke Galenzi with a Federal Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal. The Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal is a service medal that was created in August 29, 1985, and it is to honor all members of a recognized Canadian fire service. The medal is finely crafted at the Royal Canadian Mint. On the medal appears a stylish maple leaf bearing a fire hydrant and crossed axes and a Maltese cross. It depicts the words, exemplary service. On the reverse of the medal is the royal cipher. Inscribed along the very bottom of the medal, along the underside, is Luke's name. And why is Luke receiving this medal this evening? Well, it's an immense honor for me as Fire Chief from the North Grenville Fire Service to have nominated Luke for this award of the Fire Service's Exemplary Service Medal. The nomination was received by an awards committee who assessed the nomination for eligibility in accordance with federal regulation. The awards committee approved the nomination, which was submitted to the Governor-General of Canada, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon. To receive this medal, one must provide 20 years of service, 10 years of which have been served in the performance of duties involving potential risks, and individual must have provided exemplary service during that time, characterized by good conduct, industry, and efficiency. When I look at Captain Galenzi, he's a terrific example of exemplary in the fire service. He's deeply connected to his community. He's committed to the service he represents. He serves with care and compassion. He's a leader who adopts and embraces team among all, which is crucial in the fire service. He's a role model to existing and newer firefighters. And he's not just a colleague amongst everybody here, he's a great friend to all. So it gives me great pleasure this evening to present the Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal to Captain Luke Galenzi on behalf of the Governor-General of Canada. Luke.
So I understand that there's an opportunity for photos with all members of the fire service and council in the other room. So we'll just take a brief pause on our agenda. Obviously, congratulations to you, Captain Galenzi. We know you've been very integral to the service here in North Grenville. You've seen it through lots of different permutations and challenges, and you've been a really steady and well-respected contributor to the fire service. So it gives us great pleasure this evening that we are able to be witness to this, the conferring of the Governor General's honor, and we'd love that opportunity to celebrate you with some additional photos next door.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We have a lengthy agenda, so we are going to proceed with our Committee of Adjustment meeting. So thanks to those of you who are here for the Committee of Adjustment. Once that meeting concludes, we'll revert back to our council meeting, which began at 6 p.m., and we'll proceed with items on our council agenda, which include a public meeting and some related planning matters, among other items. So, welcome everyone. We're here in this room this evening, in case you're curious, because the speakers in our municipal chambers are being replaced. Timing being what it is, we don't normally get this number of people out for a council meeting, so apologies for the limited number of chairs, but thank you for your patience. I'm going to read our land acknowledgement, which is our protocol at every formally convened municipal meeting, both at the council level and at a committee level. We now have a commitment to read our land acknowledgement. And I'll invite a council colleague to read our land acknowledgement. Councillor Sullivan.
The municipality of North Grenville acknowledges that the municipality operates on the territory of the Anishinaabe. We recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who now call North Grenville their home. We respect and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship, and we commit to Indigenous-informed decision-making to foster the path towards reconciliation. Great,
thank you so much. So we're calling the meeting to order at 6:34 p.m. As is the case for every Committee of Adjustment meeting, I'm going to ask committee members if there are any disclosures of interest in regards to perceived or real financial benefit or loss arising from tonight's application on the Committee of Adjustment agenda. Seeing no declarations, I'll move on. Next, we need to approve the minutes from the June 19th, 2024 Committee of Adjustment meeting. Looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Wilson. Deputy Mayor Barclay, thank you very much. Comments or questions in regards to our June 19th minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Great, that carries. So now we'll move to our public hearing for 335 Pine Hill Road, and I'll read the script that I'm mandated to read by the Province of Ontario to properly convene our public meeting. The Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application number A0824 for Novatech on behalf of Stephen Dunbar on the lands located at 335 Pine Hill Road, Lot 6, Concession 26, Geographic Township of Kemptville, now the Municipality of North Grenville, to provide relief for front lot coverage of the severed and retained lands. To provide relief for lot frontage, I should say, of the severed and retained lands. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the variance. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions before the committee makes a decision, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider any objections. Debbie Wood is here this evening as our Secretary Treasurer, and she will keep a record summary of this meeting. Any persons wishing further notice of tonight's proceedings should approach Debbie. Are there any members of the public here for this particular meeting? We're speaking specifically of the Committee of Adjustment meeting for 335 Pine Hill. That's
Jordan Jackson. I'm the agent for the file, so I'm here to answer any questions.
Great. Welcome, Jordan. Anyone else? All right. So we'll move on. It's now my pleasure to pass the meeting over to Mohammed Harris Zahid, planner, one of our planners. Mohammed joined us a number of months ago. We're very happy to have another planner with us at the municipality, and he'll give an update on the application. We also have Mr. Mosher, our Deputy Director of Planning, with us this evening. And of course, our Director of Planning, Amy, is with us as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to proceed with the presentation regarding the address of 335 Pine Hill Road development. I would like to proceed with my first presentation, and it's for the relief of lot frontage, which is proposed parcel according to section 13.2 of comprehensive zoning bylaw. Can we go to the second slide, please? As you can see, that is the property location, which shows the aerial image of the property. And can we move to the next one? For the location and property details, as the location I have already mentioned, it is 335 Pine Hill Road, part lot 26, concession 3. And does fall into the township of Oxford, which is under the municipality of North Grenville. The current use of the parcel of the land is it's a one-story single detached dwelling with a detached carriage. The zoning and OP designation of this property is residential, which is residential first density R1. Can we move to the next one? Yeah. For the site plan, as we can say, the parcel is like divided into two parts. The yellow one shows the lands to be surveyed, and the blue one shows the lands to be retained. It meet all the requirements of the zoning bylaw except the lot frontage, because according to the zoning bylaw, the lot frontage requirement is 15 meters, and the proposed requirement of these lots are 13.82 meters. Can we move to the next slide? Regarding the public comments, public input, no comments were received from the public or external agencies at the time of report preparation. And next slide, please. And when it comes to the conclusion and recommendations, the application meets all requirements for minor variance, upholding the general intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. It also represents good land use planning, and staff recommend approval of it. I think that's everything. If there is any question, I would love to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Council colleagues, any questions? Might I ask what the intended use of the property is? Was that declared through the process, or would that not be made known to the municipality at this time?
It's the demolition of two existing dwellings and existing one dwelling, and demolition of two dwellings.
Okay. And with that in mind, has it been declared a proposed residential or commercial use?
Yes.
Residential or commercial?
Yes, residential.
Residential. Okay, excellent. All right, council colleagues, anything else from you here? I note obviously that the variance is extremely minor, so just a matter of just over a meter, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the reduced frontage. So
Yes, Madam Mayor.
clearly, it's coming to committee of adjustment because it is minor in nature.
Yes.
And obviously, the report as stated shows no adverse impact to neighbors or to the proposed use of the lands moving forward. Is that right?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Correct.
Great, thank you. So if there are no questions from council colleagues and there is no member of the public, I would only ask Jordan if she has any additional comments on behalf of the applicant?
I don't have anything further to add. We are in agreement with staff's recommendation.
Okay, nothing further to add, in agreement with staff's recommendation. So then I'll look for a mover and a seconder from council colleagues in regards to the following: that the Committee of Adjustment grant relief for the properties located at 335 Pine Hill Road, Part Lot 26, Concession 3, former Township of Oxford, Municipality of North Grenville, from the following sections of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5012 to provide relief for lot frontage of the severed and retained parcels according to Section 13.2 of Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5012. And it notes that because the request is minor, the intent of the comprehensive zoning bylaw and official plan are being maintained, and the variances are within the parameters for additions in the residential designation. So mover and a seconder for the recommendation, Councillor Wilson, Deputy Mayor Barkley, thank you. And I'm going to call the question. In the absence of other hands, all in favor, please. Great, that carries. Thank you, Mr. Zahid, for coming to us this evening. I understand it was your first presentation to council and fairly straightforward, so well done. All right, there was a look of relief on Mr. Zahid's face, which is why we were laughing, in case you couldn't see that. So with this, I believe we're adjourning our Committee of Adjustment meeting, Ms. Wood. All right. So we'll look for a mover and a seconder for the adjournment, and we're at 6:42 p.m. Councilors Wilson, Strachian, thank you. And I'll call the question on adjournment. Thank you very much. All right, our Committee of Adjustment is adjourned. Give us just 30 seconds, and we're going to transition back to our council meeting. We're resuming our council meeting. We initially convened at 6 p.m. To offer a special Governor General's Award to one of the longstanding members of our fire service, Mr. Luc Galanese. And now we're resuming that meeting. We've already passed the agenda. So we're going now to our consent agenda. As you know, council colleagues, items on our consent agenda are considered routine or no longer require further discussion and are enacted in one motion. Of course, the exception is that any member of council may request that one or more items be pulled for discussion and voted separately. You can see the proposed consent items before you. Are there any that council wishes to pull from tonight's proposed consent agenda? Seeing none, I would like to pull the ZBA 1124-215 Rubin Crescent lifting of the holding symbol, please. I've also asked that I provide a verbal update on the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. The newsletter is part of the consent agenda, but we'll be addressing the motion around infrastructure later in the agenda. Is that right?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. The motion was separated so that the newsletter could become part of the consent agenda and the motion voted on independently.
Okay, wonderful. So with that amendment, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for our consent agenda, please. Councillor Strachian, Deputy Mayor, thank you. And I'll call the question on the amended consent agenda. All in favor? Great. So before going to our public meeting, I did receive some notes from staff that I have neglected to read, so I'm going to do that now. Just very quickly, on behalf of the municipality, we wanted to congratulate the Kemptville Youth Centre. They celebrated 30 years this past Saturday. It was a wonderful event, and I think council and some of the more recent volunteers had the opportunity to hear from some of the founders of the centre and understand the Herculean efforts in the early days of the Kemptville Youth Centre's founding to getting the centre up and running, well established. And thankfully, the centre is on a very solid foundation now. And we were thrilled to celebrate with them. We also wanted to extend our congratulations to 3 North American champions who recently fought in the United States, and they brought home championship belts from the 2024 TBA Classic Muay Thai World Expo. So congratulations to Zach Mark, Grace Dinsmore, and Mabel Roberts from Boss Thai Boxing and Fitness. They have been demonstrating incredible athleticism and the leadership at the gym, and the owners of the gym have expended a lot of their time and energy to putting North Grenville on the map through this exceptional sport that I understand will someday be part of the Olympics. Is that right, Kristen? So, and a little secret is that Councillor Strachian is the mother to Mabel and has spent a lot of time shuttling Mabel back and forth to the gym. And Mabel will be, I believe we can say, she will be headed to Thailand in the fall to actually represent Team Canada. So really exceptional to have, so many fitness enthusiasts in our community, but to also have really exceptional leadership in a number of different sports. So congratulations. Also, as you know, Kemptville Live is up and running next weekend, and headliners include Canadian icons Burton Cummings and Glass Tiger. I think many of us are excited for what always is a fantastic music festival. More recently, there has been another musical initiative downtown, and that is something called the South Branch Serenade. The first one kicked off last Thursday. It's a nice complement to the Kemptville Street Piano Series, which happens on Saturdays. The South Branch Serenade is happening on Thursday evenings in Rotary Park, Deputy Mayor, if I'm not mistaken. And we had a great turnout for the first one and would encourage anyone to come by. I think there's a number of these happening this summer. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's coming this.
You'll need your mic.
Sorry. Yeah, there's 7, including this Sunday, or this Thursday, excuse me.
And finally, County Road 43, there is a website, and no doubt everyone is exceedingly aware of our construction on County Road 43. There is a website that you can link to from our website, northgrenville.ca. It's countyroad43expansion.com. It does have a webcam that features photos and video every 15 minutes of what's happening on County Road 43. It also has a construction schedule. It has notifications for traffic disruptions, among other things. We are exceedingly grateful to the community for their patience. We have a commitment from the contractor through the tender award process to never close County Road 43. It will never be closed, but there will be lane reductions. So with that, every effort is being made to minimize disruptions, but they will happen from time to time. But County Road 43 will never be closed. And we're quite certain that Tomlinson will adhere to that commitment. So with that, I am now going to move us to our first staff report, and that's in regards to the officers and committees bylaw. And I believe, Ms. Preston, you're going to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just quickly for Council's reference, as Council is aware, there are a number of appointment bylaws that come forward to Council throughout your term and throughout the history of terms of Council. The intention with the proposed bylaw that is in front of you is to consolidate numerous appointment bylaws into a single bylaw that is easy for institutions, agencies, and ministries to see the different and accurate appointees that it currently exists within the municipality of North Grenville. I would note that this current proposed bylaw also includes the removal of CAO Dunlop as acting treasurer and the long-awaited appointment of our Director of Finance Treasurer, Carly Wheeler, who is with us this evening, as well as the addition of the two additions to the clerk's team, including Mary Remig as deputy clerk and Santerre McKenna as committee clerk. These are all encompassed in the consolidated bylaw, which will return to council annually so that we can have an up-to-date and accurate bylaw each year for council and public consideration.
Excellent, thank you. And you have given me the opportunity to welcome Ms. Wheeler to the municipality of North Grenville. She is living not that far from this building with her lovely daughters, I think, Carly. So we welcome you. The process to replace our Director of Finance took a number of months, but I think we found just the right candidate for our community. So we're thrilled to have you, and thank you for being here this evening. Welcome. Okay, so we'll look for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that council approve and enact bylaw 5924, being a bylaw to appoint municipal officers for the municipality of North Grenville. Mover and a seconder, colleagues, Councillor Strachan, Councillor Sullivan, thank you. And unless there are questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Excellent, thank you. So with that, we will go down to planning and development, Ms. Preston. I think we're ready for our public meeting. All right. So council will now hold a public meeting to consider an application for lands located on 646 River Road, former township of Oxford and Rideau, now the municipality of North Grenville, from Highway Commercial Exception Zone C310 to Highway Commercial Exception Zone Temporary C310T to permit an assembly hall in place of assembly as additional permitted uses for a period of time not to exceed 6 months. Obviously, this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the proposed signing bylaw amendments. Of course, you can also express your support. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this public meeting or written submissions before council adopts the proposed amendment, the Ontario Lands Tribunal may refuse to consider any objections. Any persons wishing further notice about council's decision can reach out to our planners here this evening, Amy Martin and Mr. Phil Mosher. And just, I'm assuming there are a number of people here for this public meeting. Could you raise your hands if you're here for the public meeting? All right, a great turnout. Good. All right, so we'll pass it over to Ms. Martin. After Ms. Martin does her staff report, we'll have an opportunity for council to hear for council to ask questions of our staff, and then for members of the public to make any comments. And we'll cross that bridge after our staff report. Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to acknowledge that Ms. Jackson is here as the agent on the file as well as the business owner this evening. And if there are questions related to the operation of the business, that those questions would be best dealt with by Marianne and Ms. Jackson. So our first zoning, well, our only zoning public meeting this evening is 4646 River Road. Many would know this location as the Boathouse Cafe in Burris Rapids. If we go to the next slide, please. The current zoning of the property is Highway Commercial Exception 10, which permits a variety, sorry, not a variety, but it actually limits the scope of the permitted uses on the property, which does include a restaurant. The official plan designates the property within the hamlet designation of Burris Rapids. It's about 6 acres in size and it's currently used as a commercial establishment with a restaurant. And surrounding land uses include tourism. You've got the Rideau Canal locks, Lock 17 being right across the street. There are residential land uses in the immediate area, as well as some larger vacant parcels. Next slide, please. To give you an idea of where the property is located, it's located on River Road, just south of Burris Rapids, and you can see the tip-to-tip trail, as well as, well, you can't really see the locks, there's no aerial, but if you go to the next slide, you'll be able to see where the locks are located and where the property resides, and gives you a bit of context for surrounding land uses. Next slide, please. So staff did a policy analysis in regard to the proposed application. So we looked at our relevant policy documents, including the provincial policy statement or the PPS, and the relevant policies are on the slides as well as detailed within the report. And what I can say is that staff are satisfied that the proposed temporary zoning met the intent of the provincial policy statement. Next slide, please. The United Counties official plan provides general planning direction at a regional level, and you'll find that the language within the United Counties plan does echo the provincial policy statement. Staff were satisfied that the proposed temporary use met the intent of the United Counties official plan. Next slide, please. Going into our own official plan, which establishes policies in a lot more detail than the provincial policy statement and the United Counties official plan, staff provided an analysis within the report, which some of is included on the slides. We do have a section in section 12.22 of the official plan, which speaks to temporary uses and policies around there. So such uses will be temporary in nature. Staff did point out that the intent at this time is to seek a 6-month temporary zoning on the property to establish a place of assembly and an assembly place to allow for outdoor events. The request is temporary in that after 6 months, this use would cease to exist on the property until such a time that another zoning application is brought forward to either extend the temporary use or to establish it as a permanent use. Uses will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. The subject property in its previous life has been used as a commercial establishment, and that included a restaurant where there were events held in the past. So staff were of the opinion that based on its history and existence within the community prior to the property owner taking over and moving forward, that it is compatible with the surrounding land uses. Next slide, please. The uses will not interfere with long-term development of the area. Staff are satisfied that the temporary use would not impede or interfere with long-term development of the area, as it is already an established use within the community. And appropriate controls will be included in the amending bylaw to adequately regulate the temporary uses. So at this time, staff are not recommending any additional measures to be included within the zoning bylaw, as the building itself exists. The municipality does have established noise bylaws and parking bylaws to address issues related to noise and parking. And one of the items I wanted to add is that should the property owner, in the process of seeking a full establishment of that use, we will be asking for a traffic impact study or statement to identify if there's any additional measures that are required in association with the business. Next slide, please. So the temporary use that's being proposed would add an assembly hall and a place of assembly as permitted uses. I have put the definitions up on the screen, and they're also included within the report. The definitions are essentially the same in language. So it is defined as the use of land, buildings or structures, or part of a building in which facilities are provided for such purposes as meetings for civic, educational, political, religious, or social purposes, and shall include a banquet hall, private club, or fraternal organization. And as mentioned, staff are recommending that should council support the temporary zoning bylaw amendment, that it would be in effect for no more than 6 months from the date of passing of the bylaw. Next slide, please. And this is the language that is proposed to be added into the comprehensive zoning bylaw as it relates to the property. So again, identifying that those are the two uses and that it would not exceed 6 months. Next slide, please. So I know everyone's going to laugh because we have received a lot of comments since the submission of the report. The second I hit submit, I received my first letter. And I do have 42 letters that I've received, and I've gone through and I've done my best to summarize. And I will go through and just list who we received letters from, the nature of the comments, and whether or not they were supportive or opposed to the application. We do circulate our applications internally. Public Works provided no comment in regards to the application at this time, and Bylaw Services noted that they have received complaints in the past regarding noise and parking related to outdoor weddings in 2023. Don McLeish provided support and said this is a minor extension of past uses when the property was Lock 17. The municipality regulates noise, and any matters related to noise would be addressed through that bylaw. The request is temporary, and future amendments could be refused should the use be determined to be unsuitable. And commercial and operating costs require that the business diversifies. Sarah Stevenson provided a letter of support and described the benefits of the business for the area. Mike Venables provided a letter of support, again, listing the benefits of the cafe, being supportive of the arts. Eric and Cheryl Ruse discussed the impacts to the local neighborhood and are not supportive or opposed to the proposed application. John and Leanne Mundy described the benefits of the cafe to the community and are supportive. The Merrickville Arts Guild and Merrickville Organization for Culture and the Arts provided a letter of support and talked about the importance of the space for community events and the need for the financial viability of the business. Ingrid Coling addressed concerns related to noise, traffic, parking, and alcohol consumption, although they do not mind the indoor events and is opposed to the proposed temporary zoning. Christian and Mirella Tabra are opposed to the application. Amanda Tenbolt is supportive and provided the benefits of the cafe and recommended that perhaps parking could be increased on site and noted that there are bylaws in place to address noise. Stuart McGaw was supportive and had noted he is a neighbor and hasn't experienced any negative impacts from the business. Luke and Louise Prue are opposed, and they are happy with the operations as is, and they think that's appropriate, but with the proposed temporary zoning listed concerns in regards to excessive noise levels, property values, parking and traffic, limited benefit to the community from an economic development perspective. T.U. Wallner is supportive and identified that they're a 20-year resident of Birds Rapids, and the renovation has been a positive addition to the community. Lindsay Reeser is supportive and again talked about the impacts to the community and she's concerned about the impacts of the requirements for additional studies and fees to permanently establish the use, but was supportive of the proposed change. Lisa Needham was supportive, again, positive impacts of the cafe. William and Marianne Fizette were supportive. Inga Van Gemeren was supportive. Hannah Dormier was opposed with concerns in regards to traffic and speed concerns. Mark Kirky had a list of concerns including the noise and additional traffic, although was okay with the fact that the indoor events that had been held as reasonable, and again went through, provided a list of concerns related to the outdoor use. Enbridge Gas provided no objections. James Halliday was opposed and had concerns related to noise, traffic, parking, impacts to the neighboring property owners. Avery Lane was supportive of the application and saw the economic benefits, cultural exposure, health and wellness, and environmental awareness that the cafe brings to the community. Jerome Lecomte was opposed and provided concerns in regards to increased noise, increased traffic, and asked about the benefits to the community. Christian Gunderson is supportive. Drew Avis is supportive and identified they live close by and was happy to see a business that supports local employment. Jerry Wallner spoke about the benefits of the development and it was supportive. Kate McLean raised concerns over noise and was opposed. Robert Ferris talked about positive benefits and was supportive. Mirla and Trevor Kavanaugh talked about the benefits and are supportive. Christy Eberhardt provided her opposition and provided comments that it's disruptive to the community in regards to noise concerns. And and asked whether this was more appropriate to be located in another location, such as an industrial area closer to the built-up area. John Sleeth was neutral but wants to be kept informed. Beryl Green provided positive impact to the community and is supportive. Paul Janzen is supportive and talked about employment opportunities and had no concerns with issues or with traffic or noise. Gina Gelmini and Blair Haddock were supportive. Annette Boudiccafer was supportive. Richard Hegan was supportive. Delia, Sean, James, and Eddie Leo Green are supportive. Martin Green is supportive. Brett and Erica Walker are opposed, and they've had experiences with loud noise and concerns over more noise, increased traffic, and devaluation of property. Carolyn Reed was opposed and provided a bunch of comments, including some additional measures that should be considered, including reduction of speed within certain areas along River Road, installation of traffic calming signs, an increase in police presence on weekends when events are scheduled, expanding the parking facilities, repair of River Road, and ongoing monitoring in regards to the impact of traffic levels on the road and the swing bridge in Barretts Rapids. And then posted expectations for best routes to take to get to the venue. Leslie Innes and Don Best were supportive, and they have no concerns regarding noise and identified they live 10 doors down. And Judy Reside Service provided her support and extolled the benefits of the cafe. Apologies if I've missed anyone. There was a lot of emails and letters to go through. If we go to the next slide, please. I did note the agency comments at the start, so we'll go to the next. So staff are recommending that council approve and enact a bylaw to amend the zoning for 646 River Road to permit a temporary zoning not to exceed 6 months to permit an assembly hall and place of assembly as temporary permitted uses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, council colleagues, just wondering if you have any questions for staff at this stage before we go to members of the public. I'll recognize Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question to Director Martin. Well, two questions, actually. I guess the first one is, do we have any idea of the number of residential properties that are less than 150, 200 meters from this commercial enterprise?
Through you, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor, we will run that analysis if the GIS will cooperate in this
Okay,
room.
great.
I don't have that answer off the top of my head. But there, so I just want to note that there are, further to the east, there are a row of residential uses located right on the river.
Right on the river, okay. My second question is, how will the municipality monitor those temporary uses in light of our existing bylaws, especially noise and parking? How will we go about, what will we do over those 6 months in terms of monitoring?
Thank you for the question, through Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor. So our process is complaint driven. So when we do receive a concern in regards to traffic, there is a traffic form that residents can fill out on our website, which then would go to Public Works. And in regards to noise, we do have the ability to file complaints through our bylaw services, and bylaw services would follow up with the complainant, and action would be taken. There'd be an investigation that would be followed, and then any actions would fall out of that investigation.
That sounds rather passive. The way it's worded, I thought we would be actively monitoring it somehow.
It'd certainly be through the complaint system. Okay. And sorry, to add on, Your Worship, in regards to the Deputy Mayor's request, the question in regards to property, number of residential properties within less than 200 meters, there's 7.
Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Director Martin. So noise being complaint-driven, if the complaint comes in, say it's a Saturday night and it's past the curfew to shut the noise down, so it's after 11, can someone action it at that point in time?
So in the moment, if we'd receive a call, so there's options that individuals would have. They could call the after-hours line, which is monitored, but typically bylaw would then follow up on the next working business day with the individual to have a conversation in regards to the incident and the noise, and would then begin their investigation. A bylaw officer wouldn't be going out at midnight to address the matter. There's also the option that individuals can call the OPP if they feel like there's a disturbance to address it as well. But if it was a call into bylaw services, that would be then investigated on the next business day, which would be the Monday, or depending if there's a holiday, Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. So I wonder if that could be altered to perhaps have more on timely action if things are excessively noisy.
I think really, if I understand it, the OPP is always a recourse. If there are significant disturbances, and there are, in my opinion, from what I've witnessed, they're a fairly responsive service, so I understand that bylaw does work very closely, and if there was a significant disturbance, engaging the OPP would be appropriate.
And perhaps the first step would be to contact the boathouse itself and ask them to, you know, make them aware that it's past the curfew and have them control the noise themselves.
Okay.
Thanks.
Just in the absence of other hands, and council colleagues, feel free to jump in. I just had two questions based upon the comments received by residents, and it's always valuable to sort of see the perspectives of various different residents. I know there was a proposal to potentially lower the speed limit between the two turtle crossing signs, given what potentially could be a busy day or a busy afternoon or evening. If a wedding was being hosted or what have you, I'd be very interested to know if that would be achievable, just as a traffic calming measure, even temporarily, just given the potential activity that would be taking place in that area. Could someone speak to a prospective speed reduction?
Thank you, Worship. So I did speak with the Director of Public Works late this afternoon in regards to just monitoring, and they do monitor River Road, and they've done monitoring in the past in regards to speed. And certainly it's a matter that I could bring back to the Public Works Department in regards to some additional monitoring. It's something that we do periodically, but we could add it to see if we could put some speed monitoring up and do an assessment, and then they could determine whether or not, you know, further reductions are needed, but that would be a matter that would have to return back to council.
Okay. Certainly may make sense, because obviously just across the way you have the locks, you have a fair amount of activity, you have cyclists. Given the multifaceted use of that area, it would seem practical that maybe a speed reduction would be prudent in any case. So we'd be interested in engaging Public Works further on that. The other piece that I noted, and I also received communication from a couple of different residents, was just street parking. Just again, given that section of road, I know there's some parking at the Boathouse Cafe. I don't know if the cafe has contemplated additional parking, especially for those occasions where there would be a larger gathering, because it would be a place of assembly. Naturally, it would seem over time, should the temporary zoning be granted, that some additional parking would likely be wise. Can someone speak to that?
I thank you, Worship. I would defer to Ms. Jackson and Ms. McLeish to provide what their plan is for additional parking on the property. There is a parking lot currently, yes, but on that expansion plan, and if they're going to accommodate, perhaps they're better suited to answer.
We'll need Ms. Jackson or the applicant, Ms. McLeish, to use the mic so that the meeting proceedings can be recorded. There's just one over there. So if you wouldn't mind speaking to that piece of it, that would be helpful. Thank you. And once we've completed our round of questions between council and our planner and the applicants, then we will obviously move to comments from the public. Welcome, Ms. Jackson. I think it's on.
Test.
You're good. All right.
Excellent. My name is Jordan Jackson. I'm the project manager and agent for the applicant. With respect to parking, there is a parking lot at the front of the site that can accommodate around 30 to 40 vehicles, which is kind of difficult to see from the front of the property, and the parking lot itself is that the applicant and the owner actually has an access from the eastern portion of the property, where it takes a little pathway and leads to a gravel parking expansion at the back, where additional parking can be accommodated, where there are events where maybe they need to have some spillover parking at the back of their property. So it's there for when additional parking needs are needed for specific events.
Great, thank you. And the capacity of that additional gravel parking lot would be significant?
I believe it's around like 20, about 30 to, it's roughly about the same size.
Okay, the same size. So that would double the amount of parking, allowing for some, or at least avoiding sort of that on-street parking. Okay. The other question I had, and maybe it's, maybe Ms. Jackson, if you don't mind staying there as the applicant's representative, or maybe Ms. McLeish can speak to it, is just in terms of the kinds of events that would be hosted. We understand that actually it's a beautiful space, and that it is an attractive destination or facility for weddings in particular. We know that some of the concerns are around noise, and I'd be interested in just hearing from Ms. McLeish yourself on how are these events convened so that these concerns around noise can be properly managed. Again, I'm not presuming a temporary rezoning passes, but in the event that it were, what are the efforts on the part of the business to diminish some of that noise when you're working with a client, and obviously we would presume you have some control over how the space and your business is utilized, particularly in the later hours of the evening?
Yeah, absolutely. So to clarify, a large purpose or why I'm doing this is also for the indoor events. So my main goal is not to host a ton of outdoor events. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I do want to be able to host a ceremony on the lawn and a cocktail hour on the lawn, and then primarily the indoor space would be used for receptions. So that is going forward. I have, as I've mentioned many times, there is one more outdoor wedding that I'm already trying to move that later portion indoors. So that is not a goal for me to have outdoor loud functions in the evening. Some of the measures I'm taking, my contracts state that at 10 p.m. there's no more music or noise allowed in the outdoors, and that all windows and doors of the building must be closed. It's in all of my contracts. In addition to that, you can ask any of my staff that I come back at every wedding. If I do go home, if it's a later event, I come back at close every single time to monitor the exiting process, because I do find that in an event, when people are leaving, making sure they're getting out, that the music is being turned off at the appropriate time, that people have a safe way home, and that they're not being too loud when they leave, because they're all, bye, So I am actually physically present at every single event at the end, and unless it's maybe an afternoon event. So those are the measures that I've been taking, and I continue to monitor that very carefully. Yeah, I think that answers it.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to recognize Councillor Wilson, and we'll go from there. Councillor Wilson.
Through you, Mayor Peckford, to, I'm sorry, I forget your name.
Marianne.
Marianne. You don't have to disclose, but how many weddings have you actually had there?
Yeah, so last year, when it was kind of less clear to me what I was able to do, I had 5. I would like to state that a lot of these weddings they're very variable. So, some are 50 people, some are 40 people. Last year, when I first opened, I did have one large outdoor tent wedding. New business owner, didn't really think much of it, to be honest. And it was friends of mine, neighbors. So that was the biggest one we've had, and it was about 150 people, and I haven't had anything of that size since then. This year, we had 2 weddings in April. Both had ceremonies elsewhere, so if you want to call it a wedding, you can. Both were indoors. They were under 60, or about 60 people each. At 60 people, we can fit 60 people by the fireplace as a ceremony, and then seating for 60 on the other side. So that is a goal of mine, especially in the colder months, to have things of that size. And then this year, we're a little bit sporadic, but I'm happy to disclose it. I don't have anything to hide. I had one in May. They actually had their ceremony in a church, but they did have their reception on site. And actually, most of these ended at about 11, and then one in June.
So you currently have some booked?
I do,
Yeah.
and that is the purpose for this
Right.
6 month. It's not just weddings, like that's what we're talking about here, but it's the other events as well that are also very important to me. So as you've probably heard from a lot of the letters, I did some teacher functions. I did a Christmas staff party for the Rideau Community Health Services. That was a large event. I've done celebrations of life and baby showers, and one of the things that I would love to do in the future is to be able to host some of those baby showers and bridal showers outside so that I don't have to close the cafe. So those would be daytime events. And as I have asked whether that's permitted under my current use, and it is not. So, yeah.
Personally, I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
I remember when it was Michael's Restaurant, and everyone used to be able to go and do their laundry and get their bread and have pizzas there. It was great. But you've repurposed it. It's lovely, and I wish you luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, council colleagues, anything else at this stage? Okay. Very helpful to get that context. Thank you so much. So who would like to speak to the application? Are there individuals here that wish to speak to the application? All right, just raise your hands. We're just trying to manage time. So see one individual over here. You can speak for or against. So expressions of support or opposition are welcome. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that about right, I think? Okay. So we're just going to keep an eye on the time. And we'll, if you all have to go to the mic because all of our meetings are live streamed. That's in the interest of accessibility to the public. So I will invite you to the mic, and we'll set the timer for 3 minutes. And we'll let you know when you're at your 3 minutes. And if you could please just provide a name and address. Should you wish to speak after the first roster of speakers, that's totally okay. You can still come forward, but we'll just see how things go in terms of how our time is being expended and take it from there. So I'll welcome the first gentleman to the front, please. Yep. And if others would just like to stand or come to the mic at their discretion, feel free to do so. Welcome, sir. And if we could get your name and address, please.
It's Marco DeCipio, and I'm at 6 Henry Street, Burritts Rapids, so very close. First of all, I support the idea. It's a wonderful place. And the only thing I put out there is if this is a critical concern as for approval or denial, the possibility that it could be monitored with security if the owner and operator would hire a security team if she cannot be there, or if there's concerns, would be a quick call to a security company and they could control it on the spot rather than leaving it for the next business day or whatever. Right? So if that's an option that'll keep it alive, I think this is a wonderful plan. The other thing too is if, again, and this is considering accepting or rejecting, I would add that if there are, the word I guess would be transgressions, if there are transgressions that there would be some limit to the number of complaints, right? Because one complaint perhaps is a mistake or overlook, and if it goes beyond a certain number of complaints, then you could withdraw the approval. Right.
Certainly, I
Thank you.
think the proposal is temporary rezoning, so to allow staff and the community to have a better understanding of the impact of events. So your advice certainly is wise, and I'm sure staff will take it under consideration. Thank you. All right, we have another gentleman coming. Our first speaker used his time exceedingly well, a minute and a half. So I'll just put the timer on again and invite you to say your name and address, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Luke Prue, spelled L-U-C. Last name is Prue, P-R-O-U-L-X. My wife and I, Louise, live at 703 River Road, and our postal code is K0G1J0. We moved into our current residence last Christmas and are most distraught to be here tonight with what is being proposed. As we understand it, the zoning amendment before council today is to allow for outside events and including wedding in tents at the Boathouse Cafe. We are supportive of the inside events and the operation of the cafe as it is now, but not what is being proposed. My questions through Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor are to Director Martin and Deputy Director Mosher, and also to the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, Adam Perrott. If the amendment is granted, will the owner need to apply for any special occasion permit for these events, or will she have carte blanche to host any number and any kind of events having amplified music and voices at the premises? Noise that is most likely to disturb area residents and is contrary to the North Grenville noise bylaw, Point number 2, the staff report acknowledges that outdoor events and weddings occurred in 2023, despite not being permitted at the establishment, and that noise and traffic complaints were received as a result of these events, and that several similar events have been scheduled for the next 6 months and beyond. This is contained in the staff report. It is further acknowledged that the municipality has established measures in place to deal with noise and parking issues, and that those were in place last year, but to no avail. Given the above, what did the municipality do at the time to resolve the complaints, and were there any penalties imposed? If not, why? And will any be imposed in the future should any noise and traffic violation still occur? What penalties could be implemented to mitigate and address any potential issues? My time is running short. We understand that the amendment is for 6 months and that it will be reviewed at that time. Still, although the owner has expressed that some noisy events will be limited and will be inside the premises, what assurances will we have that this will be the case when no such restrictions are being contained in the amendment before you today? Almost done. Despite having stated some residents, or despite the owner having stated to some residents that no intentions of hosting large-scale outside events, what assurances do we have that this will not happen in the future? People say things and then change their minds. This should be noted in the amending bylaw, what can and cannot be done there. In closing, I would like to say that I am sure that there is no one in this room, including distinguished members of council, even the owner herself, would like to have such large tented operations in their backyard. That being said, I am imploring that the council not permit this to happen in ours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your diligence with the clock. We appreciate it. Other members that wish to speak? Just a reminder, name and address, please.
Mark Kirky, 699 River Road. So I'll reiterate Luke's comments, but I'll build on that. With respect to, it's the restrictions and limitations, that's the problem. I think everything Marianne had to say about having these small events, using a tent for, I don't know, a bridal shower outside one afternoon, that I don't think is the problem here. It's what it could become. Could Kemptville Live be held there next? I mean, every weekend. So really my question is, my primary concern is with the amendment is the level of noise that can come from electronically amplified speakers not contained within a fixed permanent building. We know how loud the music can be based on last year's events. There was one event in particular, we can see on the map where the extended parking lot is, that's elevated above the building, I would say. I don't have the exact elevation, but it looks to be, when you look at the tent, you can see it over the building. That's where they had the wedding last year, and somebody, I thought it was only about 1 kilometer away. I heard somebody who lived 2.5 kilometers away could hear the music. I know that's just hearsay at this point, but definitely within 1 kilometer, people could hear the music that night. So my question, and I spoke to bylaw, and they could never really explain this. The bylaws for noise, I think it's bylaw number 2-14, Schedule B. Activity 4, and I'm wondering how we're going to control this. The operation of any electronic device or group of connected electronic devices within the operation of any commercial or public establishment. I've kind of paraphrased it there for the key things. So we do have a commercial establishment. We have a number of commercial establishments in this municipality that are bars and restaurants. I'm wondering, are they permitted until midnight every Friday and Saturday outside to blast the music as loud as they want, so within 1 kilometer radius, you can't sleep? I mean, you're going to hear the bass. I live next door to the Lux, and I could clearly listen to the music and hear the bass all night long. It was about 12:15 when it went off, so I won't say that they went much past the midnight, and then there was a second event. Luckily, it was on the other side. I have video of that event. It was on the other side of the building, so the noise would have went west instead of east. And I could hear it, but not quite like it was up on the hill. So my question is, who is going to be there to control the noise? I've heard nobody is. We're going to have to file complaints, so it's up to me to get out, go over at midnight, take pictures, take videos, submit it, and keep following up and keep following up. I don't think that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to have limitations. Parking, you couldn't walk down that street at 5 o'clock. You're going to get run over. It's a 40-kilometer-an-hour area. We talked about speed limits. Cars aren't going 40. I'm not here to complain about that, but I can't walk down that road if cars are parked on both sides of that road. 60 parking spots in general will not be enough unless there's limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers this evening? Oh.
Go ahead. You want to go? Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Hi.
Thank you. Just
My
a
name-
name and address, please, just for the public record. Thank you.
Christy Eberhardt at 6139 Birds Rapids Road. I'm actually the property that backs onto the back end of this property. So I'd like to say that we support local business. There was a restaurant there before, great idea. But as the other gentlemen have said, I personally have had my windows shaking, my dogs going nuts. It does not stop at 11 o'clock. If they were to have like these daytime events and everything else, I'm not sure that the community would have a problem if there was a parking solution. We didn't move here to have all this noise pollution. We moved here to get away from the stresses of the city. So if it was these small gatherings and everything else, I don't think any of us have been complaining to date because we're dealing with it. But when it comes to this expansion, this is a complete disruption to our way of life. And as much as we want to see her here, and it is a beautiful restaurant, and it has been done very well, but it's just going past the limits of what I think the residents deserve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Just welcome. Name and address, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peckford, councillors. My name is Ingrid Coling. I live at 747 River Road. Thank you to everyone who's spoken so far. I basically was going to touch on some of those areas, so I'm not going to repeat them. I do want to bring forward one point about the letters that we have received and that were basically articulated. I would say half of the letters of the people that are for the venue or for the amendment were basically people that are not in the area of the restaurant. So I'm not sure if those letters should be disregarded, but I don't feel that it's a fair judgment to be getting letters that are pro when they do not live in the same vicinity and do not have the noise, the traffic, and everything that the rest of us are living with. We live about 6 houses east of the locks, and like everyone else, when there is an event there, we hear the noise. I have no problem at all with the operations. I'm quite happy with the existing operations and how it's rolling out indoors. I think they did a fabulous job. We were very happy to see them come in. We even encouraged that, hey, you should get a liquor license. It'd be nice to go over there with the neighbors and have a drink. However, strongly feel that the noise, the traffic, that will be a deal breaker. We all invested a lot of money in our properties. We live on the river. We didn't move there because we want noise. We want peace. We want serenity. We bought the quality of life. I left Kemptville. I'm still in Kemptville. We're still in Kemptville, but we wanted to get away from that. We do not feel that as a group of neighbors that we should be this should be inflicted upon us. With regards to noise level and calling in when there are issues, that is a deal breaker. How can we be rectifying a situation on a Monday morning when we've been banging our heads against the wall on a weekend? I just have a few other things. Budget. So I know you guys are focused on budget. We all are. I own a business as well. Infrastructure for roads. If this does go through, and 6 months from now this is renewed, have you guys looked at infrastructure budget for roads? Because we are going to have to change the road there. With the current operations, the locks right now, that whole area is completely congested. Additional cars, yes, there may be an extra parking spot in the back, but there will be congestion. So please keep in mind that we will need to modify those roads. Not something that I want to see happen, but I'm just throwing it out there. Last but not least, I'm not here to poop on the owners of the business. I own a business myself, and I fully respect what you're trying to do. You're trying to grow your business. I would do the same. But having said that, I want you to remember that if this was happening in your backyard, I would like you to look at this and think of it from a conscientious perspective and listen to what the people are telling you tonight, because if this was in your backyard, you would definitely be going, oh my God, I cannot be dealing with this right now. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I commend the new business owner, and we're glad to have you there, but we would like to see a status quo. Thank you.
Okay, any other, our timer's going off. Any other speakers this evening? Thank you. Yep. All right, I see 2 hands. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Manette, and I live at 735 River Road. My husband's been living in the area since 1998, and it is a beautiful residential area. Myself, I moved in 2015. It's been a quiet area. We had Lock 17 there before, so yes, there has been commercial businesses that were operating out of there, but they didn't have outside events. We have enjoyed the quiet neighborhood, and I love what they've done to the Boathouse Cafe. It is a beautiful establishment, but having business operating indoors is what I think they should do. We live in a residential area, and I think that we deserve quiet enjoyment of our properties. And having window shaking and nighttime events, and from what I understand today, I'm not really sure, she was saying that she does weddings, but she'd like to have baby showers, and it seems like the number of events is limitless. We could eventually have some jamboree at nighttime or whatever. There's really no limits to what noise we will have to put up with. And again, like I said, is it a residential area? It's been quiet, it's been beautiful. The traffic is crazy. Our road on River Road is terrible. There's potholes all over the place. The parking is bad. You can't walk up and down the street. And I implore you to respect the residents of the area and ask that you not approve this. By all means, the restaurant can continue with indoor activities, but it is a residential area and has been for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, I saw a hand. Yep. Feel free.
Hi, I'm Brett Walker at 6129 Buretts Rapids Road. And we love the Boathouse Cafe and what you've done with it. We're very happy with the improvements that have been made. But we live kitty corner to the property on Buretts Rapids Road, and it's been loud and window shattering. So I'd like for you to point out on that map there, where do you plan to put that staging area? Is it south of that parking lot, or in the parking lot, the second parking lot?
So
Can
why
somebody
don't
answer that?
So why don't you ask your questions, and then we'll ask a staff and the applicant to respond.
All right.
Thanks.
The second question is, what is the square footage of the staging area? And how many people do you expect maximum to be used at the staging area? And with what limitations? We like the peace and quiet, and we implore you to not accept this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to acknowledge a new speaker before we go back to returning speakers. Thank you.
My name is Kate McLean. I live on Donnelly Drive. I'm actually 2.8 kilometers away from this site. And, you know, certainly the outdoor event that was referenced that happened last year, I thought one of my next door neighbors was having a loud party because that's how loud it was at my premises. So I can only imagine what it was for people who were closer. So when you're talking about external events and the way that, you know, magnified voices, music, bass will travel, I can confirm that up till you know, very late at night, that I could hear it 2.8 kilometers away.
Thank you. So before I go to returning speakers, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? All right, thank you. And then we'll accept returning speakers for one additional intervention, and then we're going to close the public comment portion of the meeting. Welcome. Just name and address, please.
Thank you. Eric Roos, Lot 765. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Council. And we do commend the local cafe owners for the improvement, because it is a much improved location in our opinion. We are concerned about the noise. We are concerned about the parking. At this point, I don't have a lot of faith in, and no disrespect, by law, you just can't get there fast enough to deal with it. Having lived there for just about 20 years now, there's only been one speed trap on that road in 20 years, and somehow the road went from 60 to 40. I don't think the police are going to get there in time to solve some of our issues on this regard. You say parking somewhere between, I think it was 30 and 40, you said that's a 25% variant. Where are you going to put the parking? The locks on a Saturday or Sunday clog the road as it is, let alone an event. Is the event going to have enough parking to house all of their people, or is the overflow going to be on the road? I just don't think it's fair to the neighbors. My taxes are scratching just south of $8,000 a year. I didn't go there to have that in my backyard either. Thank you.
So we'll accept a returning comment. Is there any other new speakers? I'm not seeing any hands. Nope. Okay, we'll accept a returning speaker. And then I'm going to ask the applicant and staff to make any supplementary comments, and then we're going to take a break. All right, go ahead.
Okay, it's Marco DeCipio again, 6 Henry Street, and I'm not sure if people know there's a beach right beside my house. There's noise, especially with the nice weather. There's noise constantly. There's cars. There's so many cars sometimes that I can't get on my own driveway. But I'm not asking to close the beach. Right? It's part of life. Right? So the second point is, someone mentioned, a previous speaker mentioned the lock 17. There's boats there quite often, and I'm wondering, and I'm asking the question, some of the local or closer residents to the boathouse, if there is noise from the boaters, because I've heard rumors that they also have parties and there's noise coming from there, right? So are you going to shut down the lock? Are you going to refuse boats to come? So as a comparison, as a consideration of the noise levels, it's life, it's progress, it's for the good of the community that I think that to have something as good as the boathouse, you have to adapt and accommodate. Okay, so again, I support it tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm only asking to speak to address the comments that were just brought up. I live right next door to the lock. So the boats come in, the lock closes 6, 7 o'clock, so it's a no-wake zone. Rarely do we get a boat noise other than maybe a jet ski goes by in the daytime. And at night, what I'll say is they close that. There's no ranger Rick, from the day of the Ontario Provincial Parks that when I was a kid, would come up and say at 9 o'clock at night, be quiet. The boaters are quiet. They're in bed by 10 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, most of the boaters asked for their money back after the big party last year that was held at the Boathouse Cafe because nobody could sleep. So what I'll say is there is no noise from the boaters. I've only been there 2 years. But it's been very quiet until the outdoor events occurred. And I don't have an issue with the indoor events. That wasn't the problem.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll ask the applicant to speak to any of the concerns that have been flagged, particularly for outdoor events, and the applicant's representative is welcome to do so as well. And then we'll just go to staff. I don't know if you have any supplementary comments, but I'll give you that opportunity. Okay, Ms. McLeish, thank you.
Yeah,
and Ms. Jackson, thank you.
No problem. Okay, sorry, just need to breathe. So, okay, I would like to address all of your concerns. First of all, I completely understand we had a large outdoor wedding last year that disrupted a lot of people. I would like to note that Bylaw did come to speak to me after that event and explain to me that that was not something that I was permitted to do. At that time, it was sometime in September, I stopped booking any more outdoor weddings. I only had one previously booked before they came and spoke to me. So I would like to point out that that is not the intention, it is not the goal, and it's not necessary for my business to survive. What is necessary for my business to survive is to host events in general. That includes indoor events, which under my current zoning, I am not allowed to do. I cannot, technically, it's very unusual because my current zoning is already very strange. My permitted uses are so small that it's not exactly clear what I am and what I am not allowed to do. Because of that, indoor baby showers, indoor bridal parties, or bridal showers, engagement parties, anniversary parties, teacher functions. I've had 2 Upper Canada District School Board meetings. I've had to read out, all of these things are kind of on that line of, am I allowed to do them? I will not survive without that ability to do so. It is a very unpredictable area. You have maybe come to the cafe, one day we have nobody, one day we have 50 people. It's just really hard to try and sustain that without the ability to do these other functions. With regards to the parking, Bylaw has told me that there is a 3-hour parking on the road. I did not know that last year. To me, there's no parking signs. It's a rural road, and from my property down to the corner, there's actually no buildings. I thought, no problem, overflow parking, park on the side of the road. There's no sign. I don't think anyone's giving you a ticket. We should be okay. Now that I know that, that's when we started to use this back pad and the gravel pad in the back. And we have actually done that a few times already. In my contracts, it also states that there is parking for 30 to 40 cars. If it's an event where people are drinking, generally they're not all driving. And there's usually about 40 cars now for these events where people are either carpooling or they've arranged a shuttle. There's a few DDs that are driving people back and forth from like a motel in Kempville or something like that. With regards to your backyards, I feel very strongly that this is my backyard as well. I wouldn't want that in my backyard either. And I completely understand that. I do, from that point forward, from last year forward, have been following Bylaw very strictly because I know that there will be complaints, and I take that very seriously. I do not intend to do this for 3 years, or at least that's my hope. I don't want to do this for 3 years and then sell it and then move on. My goal is to be here for 20 plus years. This is my lifelong dream and my retirement plan. And I do not want to be enemies with everybody on the street or in the community for my hopefully 20-year term. So I have encouraged the community already to please come and speak to me. I am mightier than I may look, and I do try and manage the events very carefully and have been doing so from, over the last few months. I know that there is no assurance by passing this zoning change from the municipality that I can't build a stage, which is not my intention, or to hold Kemptville live is not my plan. I understand that maybe by doing some sort of zoning change right now that I could, not my plan. If you have concerns, I do encourage you to speak to me. I feel as though I am a pretty reasonable person, but I would like to, again, note that it's the only way for me to survive. So I don't know if there's anything else I missed.
Thank you, Marianne. Ms. Jackson, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'll just speak to that the intent is for it to be temporary in nature, but as she had mentioned, there are long-term plans for this business expansion for the long term to provide more commercial uses and that business expansion on this existing commercial property. With that, I just wanted to say that I've heard the comments regarding the traffic and the parking. There is a traffic study that's underway. It's just a matter of timing to kind of get that data and compile that study. So these comments will be brought forward to that traffic engineer to incorporate within that traffic report when we do apply for the amendment on a more permanent basis. With that too as well, I believe the municipality would be looking for a site plan application at that time. And with that, that document can outline where parking expansions would be more clearly located on the property. Perhaps we can clarify areas where tents would be placed. So there is that mechanism later on, I believe, through site plan control.
Great, thank you. All right, Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher, anything else in regards to what you've heard this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, I just want to acknowledge that what Ms. Jackson has provided is the process in which we are following. We have also taken note of some of the comments in regards to traffic, and we'll provide that feedback back to Public Works as we can monitor roads under our jurisdiction. But at this time, the request is temporary in nature for 6 months to allow for Ms. McLeish to undertake some of those events that she has mentioned, and that after the 6 months, a full zoning application will be required, and there will be additional public processes and feedback through that zoning bylaw amendment process to permanently establish that use, which would also include an analysis of all of the applications submitted in support of that application, including the traffic impact study, which we do review and provide comment on here at the municipal level. And we would certainly be implementing all this should a zoning amendment to permanently establish the use be approved by council in the future through the site plan control process.
Okay, Councillor Strachan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you to everyone who's submitted their comments and come to the mic today, as well as the applicant. I'm sure, Marianne, you're regretting the very large event that took place last year. And I think you've expressed that you've learned your lesson and that you've learned a lot from that whole experience. It comes with business, it comes with growth. There's a lot of challenges I'm sure that you faced that were not obvious to you when you, at the outset of the boathouse and any of the events that you have planned. I think to the residents who are concerned in the immediate future about potential penalties or the number of complaints, and then we could, pull the nature of this change. It is not a permanent change. It is temporary right now. It gives 6 months. It allows the planned activities to be fulfilled, and it also gives Marianne a chance to demonstrate that she's able to have and hold responsible events in her, at her business. And so I think that, you know, all of those things together allow for a conversation to be had and give us a chance to all see what's going on. There is a noise curfew. 11 p.m. is a noise curfew. And, you know, if bylaw cannot react because of the hours, then, you know, the OPP is there, you know, and it is a call that can be made. And yes, it does need to come from residents, because if it doesn't, how do you know there's a complaint that needs to be made, right? We cannot assume that there's a complaint to be made just because somebody is driving by and decides that. So I think residents should be encouraged to take the appropriate actions if they feel that things are egregious or have gone too far, or, you know, somehow stretch the limits to what they feel is acceptable. Those mechanisms are in place for a reason. I personally think that this area is about tourism. You've got the locks, you've got the beach, you have a previously established location that did have activities and did have folks there. The purpose has changed, and life in North Grenville has changed as well. So traffic isn't only because of the boathouse, and I think we're all experiencing that throughout the community, and there's lots of evaluation and lots of thought that has gone into how to make areas that are encountering significant changes better and more appropriate for the people who are living there and the residents who have chosen to be in that space. I think that there's a lot that can come from this, and the temporary nature of this allows for that time to really look at all of this and doesn't shut down events that are already planned and so on. So personally, I have been to the boathouse, I have seen the activities there, I have seen what that space has to offer. And the temporary change, I think, does give us an opportunity to give some further thought into where things can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and of course I've been to the boathouse as well, and it's a gorgeous space. And I think as we contemplate life in North Grenville, to Councillor Strachan's point, rural development is part of our official plan, ensuring that there's growth in both rural and urban areas. Obviously, we don't want rural areas to grow in the same way that urban areas are growing, but some balanced growth is definitely key to, I think, how we envision the future. That being said, I just wanted to ask if it was possible moving forward at some point to restrict outdoor events to 10 p.m., right? Given that it's a largely rural residential area, would there be some, it sounds, from what I'm hearing from Ms. McLeish, is she has a strong appetite to be a good neighbor, to not, in fact, be disruptive, particularly with evening events. And I'm just wondering if it would give everyone some comfort if there was that contemplation of a earlier curfew, if you will, if only to provide a little reassurance. Perhaps it's premature to consider that this evening, but I just did want to ask that question of planning staff, because what I'm hearing from Ms. McLeish is she really has no intention to host those late night events. Of course, there was one, and obviously, to Councillor Strachan's point, many lessons have been learned, and I appreciate, Ms. McLeish, that you were able to address your neighbors this evening and recognize, obviously, that at that time it wasn't apparent to you that that was in breach of many different protocols for the area. Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher, could you just speak to sort of an earlier curfew, if you will, for commercial activity?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the little sidebar here, there's two schools of thought on this, is we could entrench it through a site plan agreement. However, the intent would be that when the fulsome application does come forward and council establishes it as a permitted use, that's where we could address it, which doesn't provide much comfort in the interim. The other option would be to amend our noise bylaw to create a special exception for this property to then limit the curfew to 10 p.m. So that would that in itself would be we'd have to bring an amending bylaw to that bylaw to council.
Okay. Okay. Well, perhaps something to consider, I think, to better capture the spirit in which we understand Ms. McLeish is wishing to host events, and maybe even 10 is too late. Who's to say? It certainly sounds to me that evening events are not, Ms. McLeish, what you're vested in, whether outdoor or indoor, and maybe you could just confirm that for us. Thank you.
This is actually something that did come up with one of the community members that I was speaking to, and I said to them, you know, look, I'm quite happy if we had an outdoor noise bylaw, or a restriction that said no outdoor event past 10 p.m. Like I said, primarily it's for ceremonies, cocktail hours, possibly a dinner outside with some music. So I'm open to that. I think then changing the noise bylaw, I would just be concerned if that also applies to indoor. But for an outdoor type of a restriction, I'm very open to that.
Ms. Martin, if we were to create that special exception, right, to the noise bylaw, how does it apply?
So it would apply to the entire property. Staff would have to put some consideration around how you worded it, because then the tricky point could be is then you'd have to identify the source of the amplification. Was it in the building? Was it external to the building? And I mean, that could prove challenging to try and determine when dealing with the complaint, and the bylaw officer wasn't physically there to witness it.
Okay. That being said, it's certainly something to which you could give some thought, correct? Given what I'm hearing as goodwill on the part of the business owner, it's something that could be contemplated within the municipality?
Certainly, it could be contemplated, Your Worship, through an amendment to the noise bylaw.
Okay, great. Okay, so at this point, I think I'm going to close the public meeting. Just given the comments that were made, I will actually look to a council colleague. If there's an appetite to consider the recommendation now, I would accept a mover and a seconder. All right, Councillor O'Sullivan, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So this is to consider the recommendation from staff that council approve and enact bylaw 5524 to temporarily rezone the lands at 646 River Road for a period not exceeding 6 months to permit an assembly hall in place of assembly as temporary permitted uses. So that's been moved and seconded. Ms. Martin, can I ask, if this is to pass, should it pass, how does a more fulsome application come back to council? So what are the next steps? I understand that Ms. McLeish is undergoing some traffic impact studies and other required studies. So what would you anticipate staff's next step as you come back to us?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the applicant would have to submit a new application to the municipality with the supporting documents in order for it to be deemed complete. Once we receive the application, we do circulate the materials internally for comment. We try to resolve as many issues as we can within the timeline we have to bring applications before council, which is 90 days for decision on a zoning bylaw amendment. What would happen is the same similar process. Residents within the vicinity, in accordance with the Planning Act, are circulated and notified, and there would be another public meeting held in relation to establishing that, where staff would have a report and would have comments or some findings related to the studies that are submitted. So there is, similar process as to what happened this evening that would have to take place, and then further on that, if it is successful in establishing those permanent uses, we would look at a site planning application and agreement, which would entrench those documents that were submitted as part of the zoning amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council colleagues? All right, I'm going to call the vote. I'm sorry, Councillor Sullivan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to encourage people, if there are concerns about noise and it's a weekend and you can't, certainly put the official complaint in, but for immediate attention, I would suggest that try contacting the boathouse itself. I'm sure Ms. McLeish has demonstrated that she's very open to establishing good relationships with the neighbors, and I gather that would be okay with you, Marianne, to have people contact you if there is an issue, and then if that doesn't succeed, then by all means contact the OPP.
For sure. We're actually setting up a new phone right now because we don't have one. So currently it's my cell phone and we don't get reception inside, but we are working on it, and I could just have that phone is there. And then, like I said, I am actually on site at the end of all of the bigger events, like any of the later events. So I could just make sure that the community has my number or the boathouse number and they can call. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And one other question there was mention of a staging area. I didn't
There's no
see anything
staging
about.
area. I think that was just like that there could potentially be, but I have no intention of building a stage nor hosting a live music or
Okay.
any music festival for that matter. Yeah.
Thank you. And some of the issues of parking on the side of the road, I heard someone say people at the locks. So is some of the traffic, some of the vehicles that park on the side of the road, are they visiting the locks as opposed to being at your establishment?
There is a lot of cars that park at the locks. Today, there was a full trailer that was parked there all day with their boats, and then they quickly left when it poured rain. But fishermen especially park for a lot more than 3 hours. So I'm not trying to make excuses, but when I first purchased the property and was renovating over that period of time, there were cars parked there all the time. I really
And you
didn't
weren't
think anything
open for
of it.
business at the time?
No, and there's no parking signs. I thought, okay, well, they're all parking here. Why not? So
all this traffic issue is definitely not all from your business?
Oh, no, yes, I have traffic, but I also, like yesterday was a very busy day at the cafe. We probably had, 50 cars coming through just yesterday. When we do have an event, that is, a bunch of cars coming once and parking, and then a bunch of cars leaving at the end. It's about the same amount of cars typically that we would have in a regular cafe. Of course, that's just my opinion. I understand that the traffic study will show that more accurately, but yeah, there definitely are cars across the street quite often.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, I think I'm going to call the question. All in favor, council colleagues, please raise your hands. All right, that carries. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you to everyone who's come tonight. Thank you for raising your concerns, demonstrating respect for the stipulated time. And this will be a file we'll watch very closely. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to proceed to our next report, and that's in regards to Oxford Village Phase 2, a supplemental report in regards to ZBA 1223. And I'll look to Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher for that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, and apologies, I don't actually have a formal slide deck tonight, but it's more of a verbal update, and I would like to provide a bit of information about what's happened since we last met. So as you recall, staff were mostly in a position to recommend approval of the Oxford Village Phase 2 rezoning application. There was a concurrent plan of subdivision, that's with the counties, and that's a separate process. But the zoning application had come forward, and there is a section in our official plan, which is 5.2, which says ahead of major development applications, there should be a geotechnical analysis that's provided and prepared and subject to some peer review. And that hadn't happened at the time that we last met in March. So now that has occurred, and there's been quite a bit of back and forth with technical experts in the geotechnical field. These are included as attachments within the agenda package tonight. The result of it was that in June we did receive an updated report, a geotechnical report. We had retained Thurber Engineering, and they did the peer review on our behalf. It did take a little bit of time, but we finally were able to work out some of the details. The key points of concern from a municipal perspective was that there was an identification of Leda clays. Leda clays can be an issue from stability perspectives. Sometimes the clay can dry out depending on types of trees that you plant. So we don't have 100% clarification on where those clays are, where they might be an issue. But the geotechnical experts understand that it's an assumption that there will be additional testing that validates where that is, and then there will be additional information that's able to be provided as part of the subdivision process that demonstrates where there might be some tree planting restrictions or home construction techniques that are required. The other thing that's important is we didn't have groundwater monitoring data within phase 2 of the Oxford Village subdivision. There had been monitoring wells, but due to some infield work, those monitoring wells had been removed. So through this process, we did say to the developer that something that should occur is that groundwater monitoring wells should be reinstated so that we can have a seasonal picture of where the high groundwater table is. This will help to impact foundation design and elevations. It's especially important too because this is in the northwest quadrant, which is an area which will be a recharged wetland with a static water elevation of a specific set period. So we will be able to receive that information, and that will feed into the subdivision process, and that data will inform the detailed design for the subdivision. So with all that said, staff is comfortable to recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application. It does have holds, and those holds are for infrastructure to be in place, subdivision agreements to be executed and registered, and it also establishes that the Niblett wetland will now be the environmental protection zone, so it will enjoy that formal zoning protection. The lands adjacent to it will be in an institutional exception zone, which is an odd term, but it's the zone that sort of says that those are the buffer lands adjacent to the wetland itself. And it paves the way for the remaining lands to be zoned for residential uses within residential third and residential fourth density exception zones. One big caveat, and we've said this to the applicant on numerous occasions, is that there's the possibility that at the end of the detailed design that some zone provisions may need to be varied, because we just don't have that information yet. And the applicant is aware of that, the applicant's agent is aware of that, and they understand that if they do need to come back in future, they'll do so. So that concludes my report, but I'm happy to recommend that the bylaw 2124 be approved by council. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. I just have a question in regards to the GEMTech report, and that's in regards to the reference to, I guess, particular soil conditions or silty clay deposits and how it impacts the planting of trees for tree buffering and setbacks. I know the conversation within the community around tree buffers is alive and well, and I'm trying to make sense of this report in the context of some of what might be planned in phase 2. So can you just help me parse what is in the report in regards to the planting of trees?
The planting of trees will be further fleshed out through the subdivision process, excuse me. And there is a recommendation from the related environmental impact statement that says a tree preservation and retention plan is a required component, will be prepared as part of subdivision design. In relation to the silty clays, certain types of trees, they could cause the clay to desiccate, dry out quicker, and can then cause issues with foundation cracking. So yes, we want trees. Trees are good, but trees also have to be considered within a geotechnical environment. And there will be an overall plan that says these are the areas where trees go. And within silty clays, it's not that you can't plant trees, it's just that there's certain types of tree species that will be recommended for that specific area. So yes, trees will be a part of it, and yes, there will be limitations in certain areas based on the more detailed information that comes back.
Thank you, much appreciated. And when you spoke of tree preservation, which I found very interesting, because of course some of the critique around phase 1, closer to Settlers Grant or the trail, as you know, is that trees were not preserved. So when you speak of phase 2 and a tree preservation plan, do we mean preservation of existing trees, or is it the preservation of new trees?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there will be preservation of trees like within some of the wetland and buffer areas.
Right.
And there may be identification of other green corridors and linkages where new trees are planted. So certainly the areas that are to be left in the natural state, those areas are preservation, and other areas will be more implementation and new.
And just a quick question, of course, I'm happy to recognize council colleagues. So for that phase 2, just in terms of the clarity of our communications with the community, of course, this is well down the road, will staff be able to provide a more detailed proposal of where we know trees will be preserved versus trees being planted? Will it be obvious where we'll be able to endeavor to obviously work with the developer and the home builders to preserve existing trees to allow for those buffers that maybe were less achievable, if you will, in phase 1?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would come to council for our consideration, or is that really worked out at a staff level?
It's generally worked out at the staff level.
Okay. And is there a way to apprise council of the agreed upon areas for tree preservation?
Yes.
Okay. I only ask because I know in a conversation with Ms. Martin around tree buffers and how the municipality navigates this as we develop more intensively. Ms. Martin, I think you may have suggested that you have to be confident that you have the levers, particularly for tree buffers when it comes to tree preservation. So I just wanted, for my own edification, wasn't quite clear on what that meant in this context. Do the mechanisms exist to ensure that we can establish those tree buffers and preserve existing trees in areas where we know, for example, there may be impact on neighboring subdivisions or what have you?
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship, for the question. So we do, there are a series of studies that are required to be submitted as part of the plan of subdivision process. And certainly those will come before council through a recommendation of staff as draft conditions for the plan of subdivision. And that's where council has its ability to recommend draft conditions to the United Counties, being the approval authority. And those are items that we can certainly have conversations with the developer on and ensure that they are identified in a tree preservation plan, and that prior to draft conditions being recommended to council, that those are identified, and we can ensure that as part of that presentation of information that that piece is highlighted, just for a better understanding as to what the tree preservation plan is in regards to the planting of trees and the preservation of trees on the lot, particularly within the Niblett wetland. We do have a landscaping plan that is provided as part of the plan of subdivision that typically comes after draft conditions are issued and worked out in more finer details as we start to get more into elements such as road design and road layouts. But certainly those are things that as we work through the draft conditions to present to council in the future, that we can ensure that there's some consideration around that.
Great. And just one final question, thank you for your indulgence. The phase 1 draft conditions would have been established when?
So the draft conditions, Your Worship, were, it was 2017 when they were first, for the current configuration of the development. There was a previous plan of subdivision that was a rural estate plan of subdivision, but the developer came forward and in 2017 received that draft approval from the United Counties for the 398 units for phase 1.
And therefore, this council really had, and staff would have had no real jurisdiction over phase 1 draft conditions because they preceded certainly myself and my council colleagues.
They preceded, that is correct, Your Worship, preceded your time and preceded my time here at the municipality. And so that, I mean, again, established in 2017, we could amend their draft conditions, but it would be vexatious at this point.
Okay. So phase 2 provides a new opportunity to utilize sort of more contemporary understandings of what tree buffers and tree preservation looks like so that we can, to the best of our ability, balance both residential growth, which is very valuable, but also consideration of tree canopies, et cetera.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it. Okay, council colleagues, any other comments? Yes, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to the Director of Planning, or the Deputy Director of Planning, sorry, Phil. We're talking about boreholes, we're talking about monitoring wells, and for at least a year to measure the high groundwater level. Is that part of the holding symbol? will the holding symbol last for a year? I mean, what are we going to do with the results of this testing?
Through you, Your Worship. So the holding symbol is related to execution and registration of the subdivision agreement itself and financial contributions or wastewater and water capacity allocation. So it's not related to the results of this testing, but what this testing does is it will give information to the engineers as they go to design the subdivision, and they determine elevation of roads, sewer pipes, other infrastructure. Stormwater is a big one. Some of the proposal or theory for rear yard drainage catch basins and things is that there's a perforated pipe. If you have high groundwater tables, the ministry's stormwater evaluation manual says that, you know, if it's less than a meter separation from high groundwater table, that's not an appropriate kind of tool. So what this information and the borehole information, the year of monitoring does provide is information that feeds into the detailed design. The detailed design has to come back and that has to be approved. Council approves the draft conditions. One of those will be things such as detailed design for subdivision works, stormwater, all of these types of matters. Once all of those conditions are cleared, at that point in time, registration of the subdivision can occur. We send a letter to the counties and say that we're ready to clear those conditions. So this all feeds into that. So the holding symbol is in perpetuity until such time as the subdivision agreement's registered and all other requirements are met. Then the holding symbol can be lifted. So it could be 1 year, or it could be 10 years.
But it certainly won't be less than 1 year, according to the
Correct.
recommendation of Gemtech.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, colleagues? If there are none, then I'll look for a mover and a seconder, and that is, you're moving, Councillor Whistler? Okay, thank you. And a seconder for the following motion, that council approves zoning bylaw 2124 being a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment at part lot 24 and 25, concession 2, geographic township of Oxford and Rideau, now the municipality of North Grenville, and more specifically described as PIN 68115-1168, to rezone the subject lands from rural to residential through density exception holding, R325H, residential fourth density exception zone holding, R4-18-8, institutional exceptional zone, I-7, institutional-holding, I-H, and environmental protection zone. I have a mover. I'll need a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Seeing no further hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? Great. Okay. That carries. Thank you. Next, what would you like me to do?
Move to L74, 215 Reuben.
Okay, great. Yes, ZBA 1124, 215 Reuben Crescent, lifting of holding provision. Is there someone equipped to speak to that? Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is no formal presentation, but I will just provide a quick summary. So we did receive a site plan application for 215 Reuben Crescent, including all the required civil drawings to develop the site. It is for the first phase of the development. There are 3 phases within the 168 units. The first phase encompasses 59 units. So as part of the process, staff have reviewed and are satisfied that the developer has addressed all comments related to the application and the civil engineering. So a site plan agreement has been drafted, and it provides for the approval of the sanitary sewer and water capacity allocation commitment, which was previously provided through our capacity allocation process. That's just for the first phase of 59 units. The necessary upgrades to offsite water and sewer systems, if determined to be required to the satisfaction of the municipality, were addressed, and the provision of affordable housing units to the satisfaction of the municipality have been addressed through the site plan agreement. And the definition of affordable for the subject property is as per the special official plan designation policy for this property. So staff are recommending that council lift the holding to allow for the developer to proceed with the construction of their first phase, being 59 multi-residential units. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just give me a little more specificity, and my council colleagues, on the affordable housing plan?
Thank you. So the first building will include 6 affordable units in line with the CMHC lending agreement that was entered into between the developer and CMHC.
And 6 represents, 6 of 59 is?
It's 10% of the first phase.
So 6 of 59 units?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 10%, and that CHMC provision as per the financing they've provided to the development, their threshold is 10%, or is it negotiated differently with various developers? Do you understand if 10% is the standard threshold?
We don't fully understand the CMHC process.
Yeah.
So what we do know is that the agent the agent and the developer have. Yeah, the agent is here. He could speak to it if you would like.
Understood. Thank you. That's what I was trying to
But-
clarify.
So our understanding is that the agent and the developer go away and speak with CMHC, and CMHC says, okay, we will give you X number of units and require you that these units be guaranteed as affordable. So the 6 units, they will be affordable at a rent of $1,214, and that will be indexed to the cost of inflation every year, Consumer Price Index, and it's for a period of 10 years. There's also energy efficiency measures that are required that do help with generally lowering the rents, and these are, again, also part of the information that's been provided on that CMHC agreement.
And now I understand why the hand was raised at the back. That is Mr. Simon, the applicant's representative. Mr. Simon, do you wish to speak further to this matter? If so, please go to the mic.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm happy to be here representing my client. What I'm suggesting to you is transformative housing in North Grenville. In April of this year, the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville did an affordable housing strategy report. That report identified that the median income for the 60th percentile in Leeds and Grenville is $111,000. That is the affordable housing threshold number.
Just to be clear, you cite that number, that's the average throughout the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville. That is not specific to North Grenville, is correct?
No, that's true. The report says in North Grenville it's much higher than that.
That's right.
But the 111,000 limit at 30% creates a rent that is deemed affordable of $2,700 a month. Our model has always been to hit the 30% target for household incomes of $100,000. Every single unit that's being proposed to be constructed will be affordable to a $111,000 household income.
But you suggested that the rent, the deemed affordable rent, according to that formula, is $2,700 a month?
That's correct.
Plus utilities?
That's $2,700 a month plus utilities. Our target will not exceed $2,550. That's been identified by CMHC. They have told us what the rents are going to be for this unit or this building. We applied for 15% of the highly affordable units. We got 10% of them, which gives us a rent of $1,400 a month plus utilities. $1,200, thank you. That is affordable to the lowest 30% of your households in North Grenville. Nobody else is presenting you with a product like this. It is going to transform the rental housing market in North Grenville in a very, very positive way. I'm happy to say to you, Mayor, that we've not just met 15% affordable or 30% affordable, but we've met 100% of the units in this building will be affordable as per the definition in your official plan and the provincial policy statement and through the county's affordable housing strategy.
And again, just to clarify, 30% of gross income, average gross income, is the calculation by CHMC?
Yes.
Right. And the average gross income across the United Counties is $110,000?
$111,000, and it's higher in North Grenville. North Grenville is deemed to be part of the Ottawa market, and there were not specific figures for North Grenville in that report.
Just anecdotally, having rented a townhouse between 2017 and 2019, where I paid $1,600, all utilities in, for a 3-bedroom townhouse. Clearly, the numbers you cite are dramatically different than my experience just a number of years ago.
Yeah.
It demonstrates, obviously, that the market has changed significantly.
In the last 7 years, Mayor, it's changed radically, not just significantly. It's been radical.
Okay, so at this point, you have 10% of units
That
that are being characterized as sort of deeply affordable.
There's 10% of the units that are under contract with CMHC that it will be subject to an annual audit.
Okay.
That we qualify for as deeply affordable, but all of the units will be deemed affordable as per your definition and the province's definition.
And according to, are you under contract with CHMC for those units?
Yes.
For the remaining units?
No, we're only under audited contract obligation for the 10%, but they do identify what the rents are for the rest of the units, and that is part of our annual auditing to ensure that those rents are being satisfied. But that's not what the specific agreement speaks to, but it is part of the auditing process.
But clearly, those other rents for the majority of units in the building are totally at your discretion in terms of how you price
At
them?
market rent.
At market rent. So should the market change radically, your terminology, over the next 7 years, those rents could go from 25 to 35? It could,
Subject to all the rules and regulations in the province of Ontario governing rents.
yeah, okay, thank you. Great to have you here to get a little more insight into that process. So thank you very much. That was really my question, council colleagues, was the affordability provision. So I defer to others before moving to the recommendation. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the Director of Planning. When Mr. Simon Forbes, because his father is Mr. Simon, states 10 units or 6 units, 10% at 1,214. Is that for a one-bedroom, bachelor, two-bedroom? One bedroom. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, colleagues, in regards to the holding provision, the lifting of the holding provision for 215 Rubin? All right. We're very eager to see this building break ground. We know there's an urgent need for multi-residential in North Grenville, so I'm very, very encouraged. And my understanding, Mr. Simon, is that ground will be broken this fall? Is that the case?
Yes, we're taking the building permit out this month, and it'll be fully operational by September, I would imagine, on the site.
The building, you will be fully operational on the site? Building permit is in the process of being issued. Okay, thank you. I'm just repeating so that anyone watching from home hears your answer. Thank you. All right, so with that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the lifting of the holding symbol. The recommendation specifically is that Council approve and enact bylaw 5624 to lift the holding provision for 215 Rubin Crescent. Mover and a seconder, please. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Strachan, thank you. In the absence of other hands, I'll call the question. All in favor, please? Great, thank you. That carries. Next, we are moving to licensing bylaw update. Mr. Barbeau has been waiting patiently, though I'm sure he took heed of all of the suggestions around bylaw and regulation of noise that were part of our public meetings. So perhaps it was good luck you were here and good fortune. So I'm sure you have important considerations in regards to Birds Rapids and noise regulations in the coming weeks and months. So over to you, Mr. Barbeau.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. Before council, presenting a recommendation to update the licensing bylaw, which is bylaw number 104-15, specifically Schedule A. The bylaw itself is used to regulate different businesses licensing within a municipality. Schedule A deals with transient traders. Schedule B, refreshment vehicles. Schedule C are for carnival, circuses, and midways. And Schedule D for door-to-door sales. The definition of a transient trader shall mean a person who sells merchandise at a temporary location who is not a permanent merchant in that place, and that is separate from a refreshment vehicle. As detailed in the bylaw 104.15, the licensing, regulating, and governing of transient traders shall be adhered to as outlined in Schedule A. And there's a reason for that there is because the intent of the bylaw, staff believes, is that Schedule A is only for transient traders. The licensing of all other types are regulated in their respective schedules. The amendment before council is to update Schedule A of bylaw 104.15, which will help eliminate any confusion that the exemptions listed in Schedule A for transient traders that apply to other licensing types. The amendment would replace the word bylaw in that schedule with specifically sections 3, 4, and 5 with the word schedule. And before here is the current wording. You'll see that sections 3 and 4 and 5 have the word bylaw, the second word in each sentence or paragraph. That would be replaced with the word schedule. Any questions? Specifically, the reasoning for this bylaw is to address the confusion behind the schedule, which gives a perception potentially to somebody who reads the bylaw, such as a vendor, that the exemptions included in that schedule apply to other schedules for other licensing types. And that is to fix that confusion.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrow, I received, as I think my council colleagues did, an email last week in regards to, I think, your proposed changes, and there appears to be some competing understandings about the value of the changes. And I'm wondering if you could speak to this. Of course, Councillor Strachian does serve as chair of the farmers market, so this is much more her wheelhouse than mine, but I guess I just wanted to bring to your attention the email we received, because it does seem to suggest that if we proceed with your recommended changes, the perception or the reality of duplication of, I guess, bylaw enforcement when it comes to vendors at the farmers market will not change, and that it represents, I think, an onerous burden on certain farmers market, among other vendors. So I guess I just want to just have the conversation with you here. I don't know, Councillor Strachian, if you had any intention to speak to this, but my concern is that we proceed in a manner that I don't actually fully understand, given some of the additional communications I've been receiving and perhaps council colleagues have been receiving. So I'm wondering if you can speak to, I think, the meeting you had last week with one of our vendors, just in the context of understanding whether or not the proposed changes will make any difference to vendors currently at the farmers market who believe that they're being asked to adhere to bylaw standards which are atypical for a vendor at the farmers market.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Specifically this schedule, so Schedule A is for transient traders. That does exempt not food vendors, but vendors in general that are representing farmers. They are exempt under the bylaw for any licensing or any inspections or any requirements to provide documentation to municipality, and that is provided in there for farmers. The difference is for food vendors is in the Schedule B, there are inspections requirements. Part of the licensing process would be inspections. There would be requirements for insurance. Everything evolves around safety and the preparation of food being prepared on site versus somewhere off-site at a commercial kitchen and prepared and just brought here for the sale. When somebody attends with a vehicle, and that's specific to Schedule B, and prepares food in the vehicle, this schedule applies, Schedule B that is. And as for the safety individuals, it's almost like a vetting process to make sure that they are insured properly, the vehicle itself is clean, that the fire department, if applicable, does their inspection to make sure safety for them, for all the people in attendance really. And then there are other safety checks as well. That is the reason for it. And it is staff's opinion that is the intent of the bylaw in general for Schedule B and A that separate between both. Is for the safety of the individuals attending and for the safety of the people at the market.
Okay, thank you. I will recognize Councillor Strachan, and then I just want to come back to something that was raised in the email we received in the event that it's not addressed. But go ahead, Councillor Strachan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Barryboat. So I think that the changes in Schedule A are not entirely the issue because there is that exemption for locally grown produce and farm goods. I think that the challenge at the farmers market is much greater than that. Farmers markets, true farmers markets, not ones that simply use that in name, but that have the greater than 50% of agricultural vendors, they are exempt from many things, commercial kitchens being one of them. So no food vendor at the farmers market is required to prepare their food off-site in a commercial kitchen.
Correct.
So any of the food vendors that you see there, because they are farmers and they have that exemption on the farmers markets, don't meet that. You have some food vendors who have chosen to prepare their food on site because of the nature of what they're looking to offer. Those ones seem to be held to a different standard than the other food vendors who aren't required to have a commercial kitchen or any of the other burdens, because there is a financial burden, inspections and so on that come with having commercial kitchens. And I think that is in part what the difference is between the food vendors. And so it seems to be creating also different levels of food vendors within the farmers market context. I know that the emails we've received have touched on a lot of other points regarding sustainable food and agriculture and farming and not undue hardship for farmers. And I think those are arguments on their own that can be made. But in the terms of the farmers market, when we go through the FSEAT process, when we go through special events process, part of what is agreed to is that they will adhere to the recommendations and they need to provide evidence to public health that they will follow certain checklists and so on. And so our Leeds and Grenville Public Health website, you can go there and there's a whole list for farmers markets and farmers producing food and so on that they will adhere to certain standards for different types of food. And so I think the challenge that we have, and probably cannot be resolved tonight because I think it's really about Schedule B and not Schedule A, is that there is more to this that need to be addressed in a fulsome way, and whether or not farmers markets, because of the exemptions that they're granted to by Farmers Market Ontario provincially, whether or not they would also fit within this bylaw to at least fall in line. Because those who have, and the refreshment vehicles, for my council colleagues who may not be aware, the refreshment vehicles we're talking about really are not full kitchens inside. They are quite limited in what they're doing, and for the most part, it's be able to transport. In this case, in one case, it's meat products to keep them frozen or cold. So it's essentially a fridge and freezer, and they prepare those foods outside of those vehicles. And another one that is there, makes pizzas, but it's effectively a pizza oven, and they use the inside of a modified horse trailer as a countertops. So we're not talking about refreshment vehicles that would all be familiar with, that we would see at some of the other bigger festivals. And so I think that there's a bit of a context here, and I would request that perhaps this is another conversation for another night, that we can explore Schedule B to really truly reflect what the intent is behind a farmer's market and the exemptions that they're already granted for other food vendors.
So with this in mind, would it be practical to defer this matter? I personally feel that I don't have enough information to, and I haven't had the benefit of a conversation with Mr. Barabo to understand all of the complexities here. Certainly, I understand you're introducing a new schedule, but I'm just curious if we could defer this until our next council meeting, if there's a sense of urgency around that. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Barabo, and then I'll recognize Councillor Barclay. Go ahead. In terms of a deferral, is there a sense of urgency in terms of the update?
The only sense of urgency, I guess, would be there is a large event being planned, and some of these conversations are being taken place around that event, and the belief of some vendors, and maybe not all of them, that they're exempt from providing documentations in regard and complying with safety or, inspections from the fire department and or bylaw. In one way, there would be some urgency to address it now for those circumstances. But
Okay. I mean, just as in this email, it says from this one vendor, who I believe has a space at the farmer's market, as an aside, in 2023, we attended the Kempville Live Music Festival as food vendors and underwent the most thorough, effective, and efficiently organized set of inspections of any event we've ever attended, bar none. However, North Grenville bylaw services were not involved. So clearly, some inspections are undertaken. I guess it's the extent of the inspections or the particular involvement of bylaw that is really a question here.
I'm almost positive the bylaw would have been in attendance in 2023 at that festival with the fire department and with the public health.
Okay. Okay. But we have an existing regulatory framework.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So that framework is in place now.
Yes, and this amendment is to just fix that confusion of Schedule A, Schedule B being a separate issue, potentially for exemptions to be looked for down the road, I think was.
But when you say Schedule A, and I look at the report, what I am seeing is implications for a number of different vendor typologies. So I guess I just need to have a better assurance of what we're addressing tonight, because it still remains a little bit confusing to me.
If I may try again, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Schedule A specifically deals with transient traders, individuals who are selling at a temporary location.
Okay.
And there are food vendors who believe that the exemptions in Schedule A, because it mentions the word bylaw, exempts them, those exemptions apply to them in Schedule B. And that's just to fix that confusion. It is the opinion of staff that that is an error. That should have been the word schedule. So they would only be exempted, provided those exemptions under the actual Schedule A. Hopefully
Ms. Preston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in support of Mr. Barabeau this evening, it was brought to our joint attention with regards to this bylaw, and to clarify in different words, but in the same meaning, that we have applicants who would normally be covered under applications under Schedule B, who believe that the exemptions under Schedule A apply to them, not as members who would normally adhere to Schedule A, but they are Schedule B licensees, and they seek the exemptions under Schedule A based on the verbiage that was inherently miscommunicated at the time, but it does not speak to the intention of the bylaw. And upon review of the bylaw, it appears from a staff perspective that this is an error of verbiage and is an administrative matter to change the word bylaw in the sections of 3, 4, and 5 to schedule, which is in adherence with all the other schedules that speak to these items in similar fashions, not exactly the same. And that if council were to adopt the changes this evening as proposed by Mr. Barabeau, we could take further direction to rise a subsequent report relating to Schedule B in relation to Councillor Strachan and perhaps the farmers markets questions and legalities regarding how we can look to clarify those things for farmers market vendors.
So maybe I just going to Councillor Strachan, could I just ask you, this is a meeting, we're allowed to talk to each other. Are you comfortable with the proposed changes here, or do you feel that it creates more confusion? Where do you sit with how these changes impact or do not impact some of the vendors? Of course, they're not your vendors, but some of the vendors at the farmers market.
So I think through you, Madam Mayor, and to Mr. Barabeau, and to the point that Ms. Preston has made as well, the change that is being proposed tonight is not the issue. I think it is, because it spoke to bylaw, it did seem to extend to the rest of the bylaw, and it created that exemption. Should the recommended changes be made so that bylaw is replaced with schedule, that will not change and resolve the issue. I think the issue regarding farmers markets and whatever exemptions that are given to the food vendors there, however they're made up, needs to be addressed separately, and Schedule B would need to address that specifically for the farmers market. So I don't see any issue with proceeding with this evening, knowing that we do need to have a more fulsome conversation about the rest of the issues that have been raised in the emails and so on.
So might I take this opportunity to ask that bylaw engage perhaps myself and Councillor Strachan in a more focused discussion where we could resolve what appears to be some competing opinions, confusion, whatever it might be, specifically around the farmers market. And maybe that's a report that could come to council later in August when we have our next meeting. Is that, Councillor Strachan, reasonable? Okay. Certainly it's just something I want to put to rest because I know there is some conversation and I just haven't had that capacity to fully put my mind to where we might be able to at least seek a solution that is to the satisfaction of yourself, Mr. Barabo, and to some of the vendors. So with that in mind, then, I will look to other speakers, such as Deputy Mayor. Other speakers.
Nice recovery.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Manager of Bylaw Services. And if we're allowed to talk to one another, certainly from my experience, or I guess it's been my pleasure, and I use that word ironically, to be in the past be involved with two very strange animals. One is the BIA, which is a very unique organization, and my volunteer work with the farmers market. And we struggled with bylaw and with fire services in the past at the farmers market. And I'm wondering, Mr. Barabo, whether we couldn't contemplate a schedule or Schedule E that regulates and governs farmers markets. That might be a way forward, and if that requires deferring this motion, I'd be happy to move that. But that would be my suggestion, that we take a look at that. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Barabo, I appreciate the diligence that you've used to go over some of these bylaws and remove confusion, because certainly the BIA and the farmers market in the past has been operating under a lot of confusion and interpretation of the bylaws that haven't been properly worded. So I commend you for that work. It's very good. So that would be my suggestion.
So are you moving deferral with the proposed establishment of a Schedule E? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I've heard that you've suggested a conversation with Councillor Strachan and the manager, and I don't want to circumvent that because I think it's useful.
Right.
But yeah, I would move deferral, but I think the clerk has a suggestion.
So I'm just going to, just procedurally, if we have a
Okay.
mover for a deferral, I'm going to take a seconder for that deferral. Is there anyone who wishes to second a deferral? Okay, so Councillor Sullivan has seconded deferral. We can talk about the merits of a deferral or the disadvantages of a deferral, but I just want to get it on the table, so we
Sure.
have that motion. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Barabo or Ms. Preston, perhaps you want to speak as a staff person to the motion?
No, I apologize, Madam Mayor. I was drafting a subsequent direction to staff to return a report in relation to the farmers market, so that we could encompass the time-sensitive changes that Mr. Barabo was speaking to with relation to Schedule A this evening by passing the bylaw or the draft bylaw for council's consideration. And I had drafted some verbiage with some side consultation with Councillor Strachan about conducting a consultation with representatives from the farmers market in relation to that staff report that could re-rise to council.
So that's an alternative approach. So currently, I have a motion on the table for a deferral with a proposed potential establishment of Schedule E. We have Ms. Preston suggesting that there's another approach we can take. So perhaps just read into the record what you believe could be an alternative motion for consideration should the deferral not pass.
Correct. We could entertain a subsequent motion that council directs staff to return a report reviewing bylaw 104-15 in relation to its implications on the Kemptville Farmers Market, including conducting consultation with representatives from the Kemptville Farmers Market.
My concern is there is no timeline attached to that.
We could entertain that, absolutely.
So then I think we would have to say by the end of August. I think our assumption and our hope was that we would clarify the confusion, certainly in an August council meeting. Councillor Strachan?
To and through you, Madam Mayor, I think the proposal tonight to change bylaw to schedule will remove the confusion, the immediate confusion. because it is being used as part of the argument towards the subsequent changes, and I think the subsequent changes are actually at the heart of the matter. So this more administrative change, which I think was just, it was an error to begin with, and it should have always said schedule, could go forward tonight. It will not change the rest of the conversation that needs to happen in the consultation, but it'll clarify this piece, and it'll just, I guess, stop that part of the conversation and allow the focus to be on the right parts that would still need to move forward. And the motion that Ms. Preston is suggesting, I think, will satisfy the needs of those food vendors at the farmers market.
Okay. So to that end, you're speaking against the deferrals, my presumption. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion to defer?
I'd be willing to remove the motion.
Okay,
and
let's just defeat the motion. I think it's best to defeat the motion. It's on the table. Of course, I'm not trying to persuade my council colleagues one way or another, but if there's an appetite to defeat the deferral, let's just defeat it. It's simpler.
Okay, well then I'll speak to the deferral.
Indeed.
After offering to withdraw it. The goal of the deferral would be to have asked bylaw to come back with a Schedule E that regulates and governs farmers market. So the motion to defer would be to ask the manager of bylaw services to come back in August, if that was the will of council, with a draft Schedule E that regulates and governs farmers markets.
I guess in hearing Chloe speak, it became apparent to me that, and Councillor Strachan speak, it became apparent that this is strictly an administrative cleanup of language. It doesn't actually contemplate the issue that we're struggling with, and therefore the deferral doesn't seem to matter as much to me now, because I feel that there is another path. Should we consider this other motion to bring a report back to council in August? But councillors, you can vote on this deferral. There is no mechanism to withdraw a motion once it's been seconded, so we have to vote on the deferral. So are there any other comments on the deferral at this stage? Okay, so I'll call the question on deferring the recommendation from staff. Is there anyone in favor of that motion?
I want to be, yeah, sure, I'm in favor of it, as long as the motion that's recorded asks the manager of bylaw services to come back with the Schedule E that licenses, regulates, and governs farmers markets.
Okay. Okay, so with that in mind, yes, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. So if this deferral, the reason that I seconded the deferral was so that there would be more time allotted to sort out the bottom line there, the root of the issue, which is farmers market concerns. If we withdraw the
defeat the deferral.
Defeat the deferral, do we go back to this? Like, is there an opportunity then to approve
Yes,
it?
Ms. Preston has proposed a language for a different motion that we would immediately consider.
Okay.
That would achieve the same objective.
So, because you have a sense of urgency to get this tidied up for a festival. Is that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There is an event scheduled in July that creates confusion on the exemptions. By having this change today, it eliminates that confusion, and we can still address Schedule B or Schedule E as required at a later date.
Okay, then.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, so yes, Ms. Preston.
Sorry, just for procedural context, council has the ability this evening, now that the motion for deferral is on the table, you may approve the deferral, and we can defer the motion. However, if you defeat the deferral, then the original motion still stands, and you can vote on the original motion, and we can also introduce a subsequent motion directing staff to return and complete that consultation and to address the matter of the farmers markets in a subsequent staff report.
Okay. So attempting to call the question on the motion. I think we're clear that there are some alternatives, and that perhaps, if I might editorialize, deferral is one way forward, but not the only way forward. It does, if we do defer, it appears to limit Mr. Barabow's opportunity to provide procedural clarity with a set of vendors. So I'll call the question on the deferral. Deputy Mayor is voting for the deferral. I'm looking for any voters to approve the deferral. I'm not seeing any, so the deferral is defeated. We're going to go back to the recommendation. What I would like to consider before approving, I guess, the supplementary, or maybe we can just have a two-part motion, right? Okay. So with that in mind, let's go back to the recommendation and make it a two-part. That would be my proposal, if there's a mover and a seconder, that council enacts bylaw 5824 to amend Schedule A, bylaw number 10415, being a bylaw to license, regulate, and govern transient traders within the municipality of North Grenville. The second part of that motion, as to be read by Ms. Preston, is
the council directs staff to return a report in the month of August reviewing bylaw 10415 in relation to its implications on the Kemptville Farmers Market, including conducting consultation with representatives from the Kemptville Farmers Market.
So then I'll look for a mover and seconder for that motion. Councillor Strachan, do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilson, any discussion on this approach? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you. And I apologize, you couldn't withdraw a deferral, a motion to defeat. Okay, or defer. Okay, I apologize, but I've been schooled on this at the United Counties, and I so it seems. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barabow. I'm sure that was worth waiting for. I'm sure that we gave you your money's worth. I hope you have something to talk about when you go home tonight. I think we are done here. We are going to our final item, which is M4, Eastern Ontario Warrens Caucus requests for resolution of support. The motion is very long. It's been a long evening. I have no interest in reading it. It is all there for you. You're all highly literate individuals. The only context I want to provide is that the Eastern Ontario Warrens Caucus issued an infrastructure white paper, if you will. It was an exceedingly, I think, comprehensive exercise to create fairly precise estimates of what the Eastern Ontario Warrens Caucus feels we would collectively need to spend to close an urgent infrastructure gap, particularly in rural Ontario. With that in mind, they've asked for municipalities such as ours that are part of the Eastern Ontario Warrens Caucus, and I should say counties, of which I am a part, clearly to advance the motion so that they can demonstrate support to federal and provincial governments for effectively a new mechanism to support municipalities like ours that are taking on major infrastructure commitments so that we benefit from more external revenue. With that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the motion as presented. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor O'Sullivan. Any comments or questions? I think it's fairly self-evident. Councillor Barclay.
Yeah, I think this was the big takeaway from the Good Roads conference that the mayor and I and the Director of Public Works and the CAO attended. That not at that time it was 9 cents on the dollar, so I'm encouraged that it's now 10 cents on the dollar. But still, it's very embarrassing that it's so low. So I'm in support, obviously, since I moved the motion.
And I would encourage everyone to read the EOWC Municipal Infrastructure Policy paper. It's one of the better papers that I've read, and I really appreciate the efforts of the Eastern Ontario Warrens Caucus, and they will be grateful for our support. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. All right. Other business, I don't believe we have any, Ms. Preston. Notice of motions? Any notice of motions? None. Introduction and consideration of bylaws, I believe we've tackled that. Period for questions from the public and the media. I think Ms. Westendorp left us feeling she had gotten more than her money's worth and was not being paid for the last 2 hours, I'm sure, as a small-town local reporter. So we'll go to close of meeting. Confirmation bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 6024 to confirm proceedings of council at its regular meeting held on July 10th, 2024 be adopted and passed. Mover and seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Strachan, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Good. And motion to adjourn, be it resolved that our meeting of council tonight adjourn at 9:23 p.m. Councillor Wilson, thank you very much. And I need a seconder, Councillor Strachan, thank you. Or I'm sorry, Councillor Sullivan, you had your hand up. And before I call adjournment, I just want to thank our tech team at the back. We've missed you. We're sorry that we're not, you're not with us. Thank you very much for coming in and supporting us as we make further improvements at the Municipal Theatre, but it was a real pleasure to have you with us tonight, so thank you very much. And I'll call a question to adjourn. All in favor? Great, thank you. All right, meeting adjourned. And Clara won her soccer game.